Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ground control to Major Tom. No. Ground control to Major Tom. Where was I? What am I doing? Ground control to Major Tom. You to me. Checking mission and make God's love be with you. What's going on here, huh? Isn't charging? Hmm? What's up with that? Alright, we'll leave it. Don't care to figure that out. We're doing game
to
dev.
see whether the timings on that blend node are correct or not. So pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So hopefully this was fairly simple to do. Let's go into the variables in the My Blueprint pane, add a new variable. It's automatically a boolean for me for some reason, and I'm just going to have this as is dead. That's going to be the state that we're going to then grab from the character in the next lecture, not in this lecture. I'm going to drag this into our anim graph, get is dead, and then I'm going to hook it up to our active value, like so. And now, if we compile, we should see.
What am I in right now? Is dead.
The is dead show up in the anim preview editor over on the right, bottom right, and if I check the is dead checkbox, then it goes.
This doesn't seem right. We'll continue on though.
Ahead and switches from our locomotion to playing our death animation. Fantastic. So that's what I wanted to achieve in this lecture, and in the next lecture we're going to hook that up to the actual gameplay. Hello and welcome. In this lecture we're going to be hooking up our health system to the animation blueprint so that I can shoot this character until he dies. Let's dive in and see how that works. So we want this boolean in the animation blueprint to be set automatically from our gameplay. And if we go through to our event graph and have a look how this is currently working, other properties like this, such as get velocity, get active transform, we're going to the pawn and we're doing a get function on it every time we want to update our animation. So we want to kind of follow along in this model where we're going to go and get whether or not our
Forgot that live coding takes forever.
player is dead. So to do that, we need to expose some functionality, some callable function from our C++. So let's go over to the C++ and have a look what is there. So we could create a public function, but that doesn't necessarily make it accessible. To do the accessibility, we need to have a U function, which makes it visible to Blueprint and Unreal's header tool system. But we've got to go one step further than just having it as a U function. So we start with the U function macro, but we want to make it Blueprint callable. So that is the option that we can use, Blueprint callable. However, there is another option that overrides Blueprint callable, rather implies that it's Blueprint callable, and that is Blueprint pure. Now we'll see the difference between Blueprint pure and Blueprint callable in just a second, but just know that if you use Blueprint pure, it is doing the same as Blueprint callable and then some, so it's doing a little bit more than Blueprint callable. Then what we want is a function that returns Boolean that says whether or not this character is dead. That is going to be useful for us to know. And then finally, we want this to be a const member function. Now, why does it want to be const? Because when we call this function, we don't expect it to change any of the state of our shooter character. So we can safely say that this should be a const function. And in actual fact, const and Blueprint pure often go together, because Blueprint pure means that if we go over into any blueprint, we can have a look at some pure nodes. This one here, get active transform, that's a pure node. Get velocity is a pure node. Set speed is not a pure node. Can you see what might be linking these together? What about these makes this not pure and this one pure? Well, generally speaking, it's the fact that there's an execution pin. A pure node is one that doesn't have an execution pin. And it's usually safe to say that something doesn't have an execution pin when it doesn't have any impact on the thing that it's calling, only on its result. Essentially, this means that no matter how many times we call this function, it's going to always output the same result. It's always going to have the same effect on the program. It is a pure function. It doesn't change anything when it's called. So it's kind of the same as const, although it's a little bit stronger, because what it's saying is not just that it doesn't change anything here on the shooter character, but it doesn't change anything global, any state, anywhere, full stop. The only effect it has is in the outputs that it produces. So that's why we're choosing to make this Blueprint pure. It removes the need for an execution pin, which makes it much nicer in Blueprint, and it also just expresses the fact that we aren't making any changes to the state of our game when we call this function. So let's go ahead and try to create an implementation for this. In fact, I'm going to leave the implementation up to you as a challenge. And we're going to go over and hook this up in our in our event graph of the animation blueprint. So we're going to do this by having a new set here. We want to set the isDead Boolean variable at the end, and we want to get the pawn owner, and we want to cast that, because
Brody.
dead Boolean variable.
Wait. How are you able to do that?
Having a new set here, we want to set the isDead Boolean variable at the end.
Hey! How was it? Good. Nice. Yeah. No, Minecraft, that's why. I did. Yeah. I'm done.
And we want to get the pawn owner.
Yeah. You need to get in there?
And we want to cast that, because it needs to be a shooter character in order to have this isDead property. So we want to cast it to, and in this case, I want to cast it to the C++ shooter character, because I don't need to go all the way down to saying it's definitely a Blueprint version of this, because this U function actually exists on the C++ level. So we're going to go ahead and cast. If we succeed in cast, we're going to be setting the isDead property. Let me just put in some redirect nodes here to make our blueprint just a little bit nicer looking, like so. Redirect nodes here to make our blueprint just a little bit nicer looking, like so. And then
What? How did you do redirect nodes? Come on, dude. Move it.
What we want to do is using this shooter character reference. Now we've cast it to a shooter character, we know that it should have this is dead property. So we should be able to do that. Once you've compiled and got it working, you can get this is dead property and set it here. It's time for your challenge to
What is it? Control Shift B? Station. If health less than or equal to 0. Turn true. That's it.
calculate if we are dead or not. So return the correct boolean out of our is dead function. That's the first step. You might want to use some inequalities with our health variable for that. And then hook up our variable, the dead is dead variable, in the animation blueprint we've got. Just short of doing that, we were just basically a compile away from getting that done. Pause the video and get that sorted. Okay, welcome back. So let's go over to the code first of all. So this fairly straightforwardly, I'm going to return an expression that returns a boolean. So we want to say, is the health less than or equal to 0, in which case we are indeed dead. That's about as simple as an expression function can get. So let's go ahead and build that. And once
Oh, come on. We'll do it this way. This animation stinks. Why is that animation terrible? Death forward. Okay. Gotcha. Killed you.
or equal to 0, in which case we are indeed dead. That's about as simple as an expression function can get. So let's go ahead and build that. And once that has compiled, we can go over into Unreal. You can see it has no execution pin because it is pure. Then we take this boolean off of that and hook it up to our isDead variable. And now if we go ahead and play, we should actually be able to kill off that character in the world. We'll shoot at him until his health goes down to 0. And there you go. The animation has successfully killed him off. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be setting up the basics in place for our AI, getting started on the whole AI process, which is going to be quite a series of lectures. So we're starting with a revision of AI controllers and blueprints. Let's dive in and see what we're revising. So let's check back in with our project plan. At the moment, we have done player movement, animation, shooting, health and death. So far, those things are pretty much covered. We're going to look next at a very big chunk, which is going to be the enemy AI. So let's get started. The first thing we always need to do with AI is to have an AI controller. So we're going to go over and create a C++ one. Then I'm going to challenge you to create the blueprint subclass and hook it up as the default for the pawn. So we're going to go to add new, create a new C++ class in here. And then we're going to go down and look for if there is an AI controller in here. I'm not sure if there is. So I'm going to do show all classes and look for the AI controller. And we're going to use that. As our base class, go ahead and rename it to something like shooter AI controller. And go and create that class. And once that's gone ahead and generated and recompiled, which may take a little while in your system, you should end up with a C++ class like this. Now, that's pretty much all I'm going to do because the rest, you should be able to remember some of it yourself. We've done a lot of this in the previous section already. So let's see if you can do it. So here's a challenge to create a blueprint child. You're going to have to first create the child class, then set it as the AI for our blueprint character. You may or may not remember, but that has to go. You go into your blueprint for the character, the first person, well, the third person shooter character, and you can set the AI that should automatically possess these characters when they're
Adrian, what up? What up? What up?
placed in the world, and then test the actors are created. Test that the AI controller actors are created by basically unpossessing, doing F8, and having a look in your world outliner to see if those actors are present. Pause the video and have a go.
Okay, I need to create a child class. What did I do? We got the shooter AI. Yep. BP shooter AI controller. Okay. You go into this guy. BP shooter character. Mesh. Set as our AI for the BP character. What is the blueprint for the shooter character? But I am using Physics? Nah, that ain't it. Is there an AI? No, I don't know.
Okay, welcome back. So first of all, we're going to create a blueprint child class here. So I'm going to do that by going to add new blueprint class, and I'm going to make it a child of the shooter AI controller. And then I'm going to call it the BP underscore shooter AI controller. I can get the capitalization right.
So far, so good.
And then we want to make that the default AI for our BP shooter character. So I'm going to open up the BP shooter character and dock it to the main window. And then I'm going to go to the class defaults, details. And in here, we should have, under the pawn settings, the AI controller class.
Under the pawn settings. Auto possess AI.
Which we want to switch over to the BP underscore shooter AI controller.
AI controller class. Okay.
So I can click save, okay, do all of that, and go Alt-P to play, and then F8 to depossess, and have my mouse back and look in the world outliner. We should be looking for a shooter AI, and here we go. The BP shooter AI controller is being created for that character we put in the world.
Cool.
If you were to put more characters in the world, there would be more AI controllers being created. And do watch out that it is the blueprint version being created, because we want any of the modifications that we make in blueprint.
Alright, wait. Why is this? This is BP shooter character 0. This is slightly different. Adria Justin. No thanks. Not looking to purchase anything at the moment.
To be showing up in our game, basically. Cool, so we've just gone through a quick revision of how we typically set up AI controllers, and the next lecture will be actually making that AI controller do something, basically aiming at our player. See you there. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be working on AI focus. So that is some built-in functionality in Unreal that we can use to make sure that our AI characters follow us around the world, are able to aim at us no matter where we go. Let's dive in and see how focus works.
We've already done this.
So our AI currently doesn't really do very much. And I think a first starting point for it to do anything would be for it to turn and face towards our player. Now, to do this, we can use some built-in functionality of the AI, which is setting a focal point. So if you have a look at the AI control.h and look for set focus, there's a couple of...
Come on. What is the hotkey? Hotkey. Wow.
relevant methods here. One is set focal points, the other is set focus, and the one just below that is clear focus. So the idea here is that you can tell the AI controller that it should be trying to focus either on a particular point or it should be trying to focus on a particular actor. If you choose the latter, if you choose to focus on an actor, then what's going to happen is as that actor moves, you're going to keep focusing on that actor, whereas if you chose to focus on a particular point, you would keep focusing on that point, but if that point was the location of an actor, when that actor moves, that point does not get updated. So typically focal points are for things that are fixed in the world, actors for things that move around, that kind of makes sense.
Adria,
and then we have this clear focus
interested.
function down
Appreciate
here, which
that.
tells us that we should stop focusing on something. So that's how it works. You set a focus, you clear a focus. Now, there is this priority variable in here, which we are going to come to a little bit. But the idea here is you've got different levels of priority. We've got this enum here, which by default on set focus and set focal point is set to gameplay. If we go and have a look at the definition of that enum, you can see there is a default, move, and gameplay, and they're basically listed in the order of priority. So gameplay will have the highest priority. If you set something as gameplay, that's what it's going to look at. If gameplay isn't set because you cleared the gameplay priority, then it's going to look where it's going, and if it's not moving anywhere, then it's going to just look at the default priority, which might just be somewhere off in the distance. So if you've got a guard that's got a patrolling behavior, he'll default to looking to where he's next moving to. Once he gets there, you could set a default point for him to look at. So I don't know, maybe he's looking at the entryway to his particular zone, something like that. Anyway, this is what the priorities are all about. As I say, we won't have to be using them too much because because we're mostly going to be using this gameplay functionality to say that, hey, there's something interesting going on over there, there's the player, so let's go ahead and look at him. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to implement a begin play on our AI controller so that we can set the focus on begin play. This is just going to be to show us how this function works. So begin play, as we've probably seen before, it's a protected function, so we need to create a protected section, and then we want our virtual void begin play. We're going to put the override keyword just for safety here, and then we're going to go ahead and create the implementation over in the C++, and we're going to want to call to super begin play, because that's always good practice, because otherwise things in blueprints go wrong if you forget to do this. If you have a problem with blueprints after you've created a begin play, make sure you check that you're calling to super. And then at this point, what we want to do is get hold of the pawn actor and set the focus to it. To get hold of a pawn actor, we can use a function from the gameplay statics header, which if we can use a function from the gameplay statics header, which if you hover over this or search in Control-P to find gameplay statics, you can find that this is under the Kismet/gameplay statics. So we'll go back over to the shooter AI controller CPP and include that, so hash include, and then it's going to be Kismet/gameplay statics, and then we should be able to do our gameplay statics and use a function from within here, which I find very useful, is the get player pawn, which is going to return us a pointer to a player pawn, and it does that by taking in a world context object and the player index. In our case, we're going to find the 0 player. So let's do get player pawn and do a get world, and then we're going to look for index 0, and we're going to save this into a variable a pawn, which is going to be the player pawn. Like so, that's what we want to focus on. So it's challenge time for you to set the focus.
Right on. Get player pawn. Player index, gotcha.
So it's challenge time for you to set the focus. Use the player pawn that we've just got using our gameplay statics function. Call set focus and test it out in the world to see if you move around.
Turn this into.
Like so, that's.
You're heading out? Okay. Go.
Adios.
Have a good day. What did you do? Run?
Arms and then continue. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I almost right there. Yeah.
Nice. Nice part. Yeah. You back normal time today?
Oh.
Okay.
You know, not really. Not bad. All right, bye.
Good to go. Have a good day. Oh, Lindsay. Okie doke.
What we want to focus on. So it's challenge time for you to set the focus. Use the player pawn that we've just got using our gameplay statics function. Call set focus and test it out in the world to see if you.
Call set focus. No, not this. Set focus. Virtual void set focus. I think I want that in. Yeah. Is there a way to? Is it like Alt tab? No. Control tab? Yes. I don't think I need to include this header here. This will be player pawn. Also, I think this goes there.
It's challenge time.
Yeah. Hey, bound. Player bound. EAI focus priority.
So that's what we want to focus on. So it's challenge time for you to set the
Hit me up on my DC, Adria Justin, or support me on my IG, Adria Justin. No thanks, Adria Justin. Succeeded. Success.
Okay, welcome back. So hopefully it wasn't too difficult. We need to call set focus. Because set focus is on a parent, we don't have to find any pointers here. We do set focus, and what have we got here? We just need to put in the actor, basically, because the priority has already got a default of being set to the gameplay, which is what we wanted anyway. So we can just pass in our player pawn, and that should be who we focus on. So let's go ahead and build. And once that's done, let's hop over to Unreal and play. For some reason, I still have this pesky spawn point here. Let's go ahead and delete that and make sure we're spawning near our AI character. Here we go. Let's go and have a look, a little walk around this AI character, and instantly I can see that he is turning to face my pawn wherever my pawn leads. So that is the beginnings of some AI in place. I know it's not much, but we're going to work on getting this even deeper in the next lecture. I'll see you there.
What are you doing there, bud? Wait, did you default it? God damn it.
For some reason, I still have... And once that's done, let's
Oh,
hop over to Unreal.
you just set player pawn. Check. I'm not going to recompile.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be getting our AI to follow us and navigate around the world, avoiding obstacles and just generally being a little bit of an annoying nuisance. Let's dive in and see how this is possible. So the next most obvious piece of the puzzle that we need to sort out here is getting our AI to move towards us. No good them just standing there. They also need to move, and then they'll need to shoot. First of all, let's figure out how we can do movement. Now, when you're moving with AI, AI needs to know about obstacles. It needs to do something called pathfinding, because say I'm hiding down in this corridor here and it wants to get to me. It needs to know that it can't just move through the wall. It's going to need to plan its route to come around the obstacles and come towards me. Now, the way this typically works in games in general, and specifically here in Unreal, is that we generate a mesh which tells us where is walkable within a level, and then using various algorithms, one of which is called A-star pathfinding, you can navigate on this mesh and create a route plan, and the AI then uses this route plan to move along. So that's the kind of outline of the process. Fortunately, a lot of that is done for us. We don't have to code this from scratch. So what we need to do is, first of all, be able to see the nav mesh, and at the moment, we can't see a nav mesh partially because there isn't one. So what we need to do is look in our place actors window here. So if we go to window and look for place actors, we need to search for a nav mesh, and we're looking for the nav mesh bounds volume. Now this creates a volume, a kind of box, and everything within that box is going to be checked for how navigable it is, basically whether it's flat, whether it's not too steep, basically whether there's a wall, you can't go through walls, you can't walk over walls because they're too steep. So if we drag in a nav mesh bounds volume and just bring it here and just put it slightly through the floor so that this allows the floor to be part of that navigation calculation, then what we've got to do is enable the visibility of nav meshes. You can do this by clicking on the show button in the top left of your viewport and then clicking on navigation, or use
What?
the shortcut P. So I'm going to use the shortcut P, and selecting, well, you don't even have to select the bounds volume. You can instantly see this green mesh has appeared within the bounds volume, which is telling us this is a walkable area. So if we had our enemy within this area and his target was also within the area, then it could find a path along this mesh. Now, let's have a look at what happens if we move this to where there's an obstacle. You can see that the mesh kind of cuts out around this obstacle. So what we actually want to do is have this volume encompass the whole of our level, and you could choose not to, or just do it in certain segments, but the easiest way is just to increase the bounds of this volume, which you can do if you go over to the details pane on the right. There's the brush settings. You can change the size of the brush like so. You can see we can make it larger, we can make it wider, and it goes red when it's being recalculated. You can see it's doing that building nav mesh, and the larger it's going to be, the harder it is going to be to build a nav mesh, the longer it's going to take. But you can see that this is working, it's cutting out the corridors, it's cutting out the obstacles that we can't walk around. The second part of this puzzle is having our AI able to do its routing algorithms on this mesh. Now let's go ahead and open the BP Shooter AI controller because I want to show you something that is in here. I'm going to open up the full blueprint editor here and have a look. Here there is a component called the path following component. That component is responsible for finding a nav mesh and then basically allowing us to create paths and follow them and move along them automatically. So we don't have to build any of that functionality in. All we have to do is use a function that's available on our AI controller. If you go and search the AI controller.h and look for the move to function, then let's do move to with open brackets. Then there's a couple of options here. We've got one that takes a move to request. There are some other options here too, but they actually go by a different name now in later versions of Unreal. We've got move to actor and we've got move to location, which have the same distinction as our setting focus. You can set focus to something that's moving like an actor, or you can set focus to a specific destination, such as a waypoint in your patrol route, for example, might be a move to location. So I'd like for you to have a go at attempting a move to as your challenge. So get a nav mesh in your scene, make it cover as much of the scene as you need to for you to be able to move around and have the AI follow you in all locations, and then call that move to either move to actor or move to location. You decide which in begin play to get the AI chasing us. So pause the video and have a go.
Oh, babe. Okay. This nav mesh doesn't need to be that big. Can we do lit? How do I do this? Wireframe. No. Unlit. I think it is wireframe. What the hell are those? This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Going back. No, I want my nav mesh. Please give me my nav mesh back. Go. Whatever, that's fine. Now I need to call this and begin play. And what is it called again? Move to actor. Successfully linked patch. Okay. Oh, he's stuck on a wall. What's up, buddy? Stuck on this wall over here. Oh, what the fuck? I deleted that? Uh, Scale elements. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, welcome back. So let's give this a shot. So first things first, we're going to have, I'm going to be using a move to actor, and we're going to have to set the goal actor. So let's go over to our shooter AI controllers.cpp, and in there, begin play. We can do move to actor, and we've got an actor already, player pawn, which we've got from the last lecture. And let's just have a look. Are there any other useful properties here? We've got an acceptance radius. At the moment, it has no acceptance radius. Basically, it gets as close as it possibly can. I think that might be a little bit encroaching. I'm going to give it an acceptance radius of 2 meters, so it will try to get within 2 meters of us. So let's go ahead and build that. And once that's complete, go over into the engine, and let's have a look. I'm going to not expand the bounce volume here, just to give you a taste of why we need the bounce volume in the first place. So let's start off with an Alt-P. And here we are, we're on the nav mesh, and this guy has moved towards us automatically. But if I leave that nav mesh, he can no longer get any closer to me because he can't find the route. He can't find a way of getting to me. So what we're going to do is in fact, I'm not sure that was what's actually going on here, because probably what's happening is that he's getting within the acceptance radius of me and then not trying again. So one way to check that would be to just remove this acceptance radius and recompile, and then we can go over and see if that's what's going on. So yeah, he comes right up to me. If I move away, well, he basically forgot that command. So what we want to do is do this in tick, because basically once he reaches me, he gives up on the idea of chasing me. So let's move this over to tick. This isn't the ideal way to do it, but that's what we're going to do just for now. I'm going to copy the signature of...
Wait a second. Did I figure something out that he didn't? Successfully patched. No. He still stops. Really?
tick from... from our actor.h, and I know that it goes in the public section, so I'm going to create a public section at the top. Copy in the signature, make it an override just for safety, and then implement it over in the C++ and move our move actor into tick, and the acceptance radius still of 2 meters. Let's try this now. And obviously it's complaining that we don't have a player pawn over there, so let's go and make sure we're getting hold, repeating this line that gets hold of the first player pawn over in our tick as well.
You don't need to call super and tick? Questionable. I question that. Question thee. Buddy. Ooh. I question thee. Build that shit.
And now we should be able to test it out properly. Do an Alt-P, go into the world, comes and gets us within 2 meters. I move away from him, and oh, look at that. He's not even aiming at me properly this time, but he is trying to follow along. But as soon as I leave that nav mesh, he no longer knows how to find me. So let's fix that up, shall we? We're going to go to our nav mesh, bounds volume. If I can select it, there we go. And then we want to really zoom out here to try and encompass the whole of our level. It looks a bit janky on the outside, this level, but that's just the way things often work, is that you build a level to be viewed from the inside, not from the outside. So let's make this much wider. Let's make it much taller so that it encompasses all of the level, and just drag it out so that
Holy hell. Yeah, that's
all
fine.
the extents of the level here are covered. Just make it a little bit wider, a little bit longer too, and just make sure all of this is encompassed fully. And you can see the green has appeared as it's calculated the nav mesh. And let's just make sure that the nav mesh is going down low enough.
What view did you go into?
Zoom out here to try and encompass the whole of our level. It looks a bit janky on the outside, this level, but that's just the way things often work, is that you build a level to be viewed from the inside, not from the outside. So let's make this much wider. Let's make it much taller so that it encompasses all of the level, and just drag it out so that all the extents of the level here are covered. Just make it a little bit wider, a little bit longer too, and just make sure all of this is encompassed fully. And you can see the green has appeared as it's calculated the nav mesh. And let's just make sure that the nav mesh is going down low enough that it's covering the lowest extents of our map. It seems to be covering it now. So if we go ahead and we can hide our nav mesh now that we have set it all up, and we can do an Alt-P to go ahead and play, and he can find us and follow us pretty much anywhere that we go within this level. You can see that our trusty little servant is following along behind us wherever we choose to go. He is just tailing us and trailing us, which is very annoying, but he is able to do that. Awesome stuff. So in this lecture, we have seen how we can create our nav meshes and how we can use them to get our AI to follow us around the level. Next lecture, we're going to loop back around to this aiming, fix the bug, and check line of sight so that we don't necessarily always chase the player around. See you there. And I've just noticed one silly little mistake that I have made here, which is that I'm not calling to super tick. So that is actually why, when you sometimes you get these weird unexplained bugs, you're not calling to super, then things don't always work as expected. That's why the focus had stopped working, because essentially we had disabled tick on our AI controller, which is no good. If you enable that, then everything should work as normal with the setting focus. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be getting line of sight to our player from the enemy so that we are able, as the player, to hide behind obstacles and not have that enemy follow us, not have it keep aiming at us until we pop back out and are visible to them. So you can see here, I'm hidden behind a corner and he can't find me. Let's dive in and see how this can be done using Unreal's tools. So it's not ideal that this enemy AI can currently follow us around corners no matter how far we go, no matter how much we hide behind pillars, it's still going to find us, it's still going to come and keep aiming at us. We want to correct that. And we're going to do this by checking the line of sight from the enemy to the player. Now, as many things here in Unreal, there is already a function for this in the AI controller.h called line of sight. And if you go and search that, you find that there's a function that returns a boolean, so telling us whether or not we have line of sight, and then it takes the actor that we should try to check for line of sight too. And it automatically takes into account things like the eye position of the pawn in question. All this sort of stuff is already coded into Unreal. It's very cool. So it should be fairly straightforward. If we go over to our AI controller.cpp, what we basically want to do is change things up in tick. So that we first of all do an if line of sight. Then what we want to do, if we've got line of sight, is we want to move to, and we want to set focus. However, if we do not, so in the else, what we want to do is clear focus. Remember, we saw that function before, and we want to do the, let's see, the stop movement, basically. And that's another function that exists that we haven't seen yet. So what I'm going to do here is I can challenge you to implement the whole of this yourself if you feel confident. Otherwise, this else is the more complex bit that we haven't seen before, because the other two, we've already done a move to actor, we've already done our set focus, we've done that before, and there's just this if line of sight, which we have just seen is pretty straightforward. You can implement that. But how about this else? Let's give a go at implementing just the else clause. It's not going to compile because you obviously need
What are you doing, little one? Hmm?
an if before an else, but let's go and just write out the else clause. So the first thing, clearing focus. Basically, we're saying stop trying to track the player because you can't see the player. You shouldn't be giving off the impression that you know where the player is, even though the AI obviously can because it can access the player's location and so on and so forth. But we need to give the illusion that the AI only knows as much as it can see. So what we're going to do is we're going to call to clear focus. And if we go over to the iController.h and have a look at clear focus, you can see the text in the priority that we need to clear now. A reminder that these priorities are basically different levels of focus. So we have typically default movement and gameplay being the highest priority thing. And what we set by default is gameplay priority. So what we want to do is clear the gameplay priority, which means that if we have focus based on movement, for example, if our AI then wants to move back to its guard point, then that focus will not be cleared and it will be off moving back to its guarding point. So that's the way focus works. That's the way the priority system works there. So what we just want to do is copy this EAI focus priority : gameplay, and that is the priority that we want.
That's it.
To clear on this line here. And then the other thing is to stop the movement. So we want to go over to the AI control.h again and have a look at the stop movement. And here, sure enough, there is a simple no arguments function called stop movement, which allows us to do just that. So there you go. That is basically the else statement written. So now it just remains a challenge for you to implement the if portion with the if line of sight and the move to and set focus. And you basically want to remove this code here. I'm just going to comment it out and sort out where you want that to be. So pause video.
I gotta. BRB. Can't leave this. It's being crazy. He's crazy. And we back.
Challenge slide here. Just go and implement these 3 lines for yourself.
If line of sight. I think it's just a pawn.
Okay, welcome back. So let's start with our if. So if, open brackets, line of sight 2, and then we want to do line of sight to the actor, which is the player pawn that we want to get access to. So let's just uncomment that player pawn here. And it's mucked up our indentation a little. Let's fix that. And then we want our brackets, our curly brackets here. And we want to do a move to actor. Well, in fact, we can just copy and uncomment our move to actor here. And we want to uncomment it. Yes, there we go. And the focus, we can move that as well. Now, the focus doesn't matter whether you do it before or after move to actor, because while move to actor does set a focus, it sets it to a lower priority, the movement focus rather than the gameplay focus, so it doesn't matter which order we do those 2 operations in. And then finally, we can remove this commented outline where we were getting the player pawn in begin play because we no longer need it. And everything's in tick now. So we could remove begin play. I'm going to leave it around in case we need it later on, just to save me the hassle of adding it back in. Let's head over to Unreal and compile. And when that's done, let's play. So let's see if we can hide from this actor. I'm going to try and move around the corners reasonably quickly. This is a little bit tricky because they can move just as fast as you can, but if you get around a corner like that, there you go. He's lost sight of me. He's stopped trying to chase me. I can just peek around the corner and see that as I'm moving, he's not changing his aiming because we've cleared the focus. I can peek around the corner from the other side. Let's see, peek around over here. There you go. You can see he's still aiming at the last location where I was. But if I
Oh, this compiles like instantly. Compile. Wait, code. Mm. Shit, still gonna. What?
getting the
Hey, he's chasing me. Dead.
player pawn in begin play because we no longer need it. And everything's in tick now. So we could remove begin play. I'm going to leave it around in case we need it later on, just as not changing his aiming because we've cleared the focus. Can peek around the corner from the other side. Let's see, peek around over here. There you go. You can see he's still aiming at the last location where I was. But if I pop up into sight, then he carries on aiming and moves within the acceptance radius. Talking of which, I want that acceptance radius to be configurable by the designer. So let's move it into a U property. I'm going to create a private section here. with a U property, which is going to be an edit anywhere, and we want that to be a float called acceptance radius, and give it the default value of 200. And then this acceptance radius we can go ahead and use in our move to actor. And if you compile, that's going to give you exactly the same behavior, except now that you can change that in the AI controller blueprint. So that's it for this lecture. We have discovered that line of sight function allowing us to check whether the AI can or cannot see something, and we've implemented this basic hiding functionality so the AI doesn't follow us when it can't see us. Next lecture, we're going to take things up a notch from this custom programmed AI and use behavior trees, a really powerful tool in Unreal, to make our AIs just that much
Behavior
cooler.
trees, hell yeah. Behavior trees. Okay, we're done here. We're done here. Kona, you're being kind of crazy, girl. Let's do this quick. You want some lovin'. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? No butt scratches? Yeah, is that what you want? Oh, you're falling off now. Oh, no, no. Okay. Let's play some Overwatch. Let's get into it. Kona. Moco Fresh Co. updates. Ugh. What is his update looking like? It's gonna be a mother? Nah. It ain't bad. What do you want? Mother. Question is, do I unlock ranked today? What dagger?
That warms the bones. Everyone, heal up. Fight the bullet.
Man, I'm so good at hitting static targets. Numbani! Numbani on the way! Numbani! Boo. Kona, hey, no! You're not getting food.
Leave a broken world
Oh,
behind.
might have to go to
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Unique Chrome. Oh, you know what?
Three, two, one. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Breaking me down just builds me up. We can do this.
Hello.
Shot. I see one. Sending tear your way. We need to stop them. Merci. Special delivery.
Oh, can't see over there, but great.
Helping you recover.
We've got the robot. Let's move. Excuse me.
Go then, teams. Go then.
Let's keep it up. Over there.
Over there.
Enemy over here. I see one. Let me take care of that for you. Too easy.
Who's hitting me?
Sending care your way. Watch out, I'm on fire.
Get the robot to the barricade.
Placing shield. Enemy
Merchant's
here.
moving. Join us.
Mark you.
Rally to me. Enemy has our robot. Not for long.
Oh shit. No!
Okay, I'm ready to go again.
Coming back from the dead.
I can protect you. Special delivery. We can't let them take the lead. Shield sparkling. Here, for you. I'm under attack.
It's go time.
Big time, big time, big time.
Get it together. We can't lose our advantage.
Let me help you with that. Fire in the hole.
Nice.
I'm on my game now.
Get it, go.
Come on, big guy. Enemy over here.
Huge.
Right now.
Huge. Whoa, big rip.
This.
Come over here. Heads up. Helping you recover. I see one. Over there. Shield's under fire. Rally to me.
Enemy here.
Mercy, 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 mercy.
Let's get some fucking road.
Big, 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 big.
Looking better already.
Big, 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 big. I push, you go, you go, you go. Okay, you push, I go. Fuck you.
Enemy over here.
Robots looking the barricade.
Here, for you. I see one. Shield buckling.
Now we push. Do not falter.
Enemy here. Sending care your way. Rally to me.
Approaching the final
Show me what you
Heard of Sim, I think?
Brimming with
Yeah.
firelight. Come along.
I've got shield cover fire. 60 seconds.
We're here, we're here.
I see one.
Backing up, backing up. Never mind, we're back in, we're back in.
Under fire.
Life protects life.
move along. Step right.
Big, big. Well done, everyone. Three more games.
You gotta go.
Not the best. Not the worst.
now arriving at Enos. Prepare.
It's gonna be another brig.
Select your hero.
More bites. It's not enjoyable eating the slop out of this.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
You should come home, Genji. We need your help.
There are others in the world who need saving.
When I was a kid, you said you'd always be there for me.
You are old enough to know it's not that simple.
Five, four, three, two,
Not sure what the deal is there. Shit. I'm coming. I'm coming. Here I am. Ooh, lagging. Lagging kind of harder.
Much better. Shields on fire.
Did I not hit that? The lag is real.
Looking better already. I'm here. I needed that. Enemy here.
Oh! I walked into it. Virkon has left the game. Who's that? Our other healer.
Too easy.
I am on the objective. Report
The lag is real. No one's there with it.
incoming.
This ends now.
I mean, we kind of just have to go next. What the fuck?
Meteor strike.
I should think that one over again. Here, take this. Rally to me. Erasing shield.
Face my burning flesh.
Uh-oh, we're here. We're here. Yikes, dude.
How do you die so fast?
Yikes, dude.
Taking the objective. Trust in the process.
Overtime. Best round lost. Score 0-1.
Captain Lacroix reporting. Let's get this done.
Oh, we got a fucking widow now? That's not gonna be it. Oh no, my headphones are about to die.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Don't be down. We still got this. Let me help you with that. I'm under attack. Shield's buckling. Barrier's not in good shape.
What the fuck? Floaty, you're better than me.
Railgun charged.
No sweat. Just try again. I'll just take the
Grease them. Hello there. Hey there.
Get them off the objective. Special delivery. To protect you.
Bruh, can't. I'm struggling.
Not so fast. Railgun powered and ready to fire.
En gång till.
I think if I do this, it disconnects it.
Hello.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. Moderately annoying.
I feel konnichiwa. The objective is mine. There they are. Look at better already. Shields under fire. Shields up. Here, take this. Barrier's not going to get the objective. Barrier down.
Meteor strike!
I have the objective.
No!
Outnumbered. Terrible.
Death awaits.
That's not gonna stop me.
This ends now.
Bruh, I'm getting.
Vamos!
Play of the game.
Good on ya.
Select a map.
Why is the desktop audio so hot? Bro, what? How do we not get the fucking... Nah, I ain't playing with these rules. Nah. Straight up, nah.
Choose your map.
Hybrid escort? Woo!
Now entering mid-game.
I will not leave a broken world behind. We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
My old command team. Let's do better this time.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
It's Kiriko.
Oops. Yeah, baby. In the back, flower guy in the back. Just behind us, it's Umbra behind us. John needs help. No.
Helden sterben nicht.
I'm not finished.
Over there. Scratch that KIA.
Yeah.
Fight.
I keep you up.
Nice to know you have my back.
Ugh.
Fall back.
This is not the end.
My ultimate is ready. Join me.
Getting dove in the back here. Reaper, bro.
I think we're outnumbered.
Apagando las luces.
Meteor strike.
I won't let you fall.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Kick this off.
I see you.
What about Tom Hanks? I'll be payload dead. Still somebody behind us.
I still have some fight in you. Fred, I see you. Enough whining. You're fine. Targeting hostile. Come on. I've got you. You're powered up. Get in there.
Definitely made it black.
I have you. Keep fighting.
There's a tracer behind us. Oh, just one guy. We can take him.
Taking care of you. That must sting.
Watch your backside.
What has impeded the payload?
Breaking me down just breaks me up. Shields buckling. I'm under attack.
With the payload, follow me.
Patching you up.
There we go. There we go.
Eyes are activated.
Push that motherfucking payload.
Over there.
Go for payload. Go for payload. Bruh. Alright, we're killing. Hold on, hold on.
Enemy here.
My kill.
Helping you recover. My ultimate is ready. Join me. I see one.
Surrender to my will.
Well done, team. Well done. To go. To go. No, cancel. Don't want to exit this time. What did he say? GG losers. 5 minutes? We'll do Mystery Heroes. It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. No, I don't want to do Mystery Heroes.
Double kill.
Fuse is lit.
Double. I stick up for my double kill. Double kill. Minor path unlocked.
Bob, do something.
Double, triple kill.
Don't all volunteer at once now. Attaboy, Bob.
Major pack unlocked. Dead as a doornail. Double
Busy work.
double kill.
What the?
Vote for a map.
Why push? What? Crazy. So crazy. Yeah! People are nuts. Hot, hot, hot.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Hot, 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 hot.
I will not leave a broken world behind. Keep in sight. I'll have us
I
in
don't
and
know.
out
If
in
you're
no
saying
time.
something, I can't hear you. Oh, seems like it could be a me issue.
Mission readiness protocols engaged. I'm good to go.
I
4,
don't know.
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. I'll find them. Escort the payload.
I am moving to payload.
Junk behind? There is a Junkrat behind somewhere.
Over there.
Junkrat behind, Junkrat behind. bro.
The name's Cassie.
Give them their medicine.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Get that thing moving.
I'll be one bitch, but not.
Secure. Let's move.
Can't see you guys.
Duplicating armor.
Thank you.
Confirmed.
First you can get the res. Pretty much.
I will not let you fall. Potions that take power.
Over there. وليهم قوتك.
Yeah, baby.
My ultimate is fully charged. Get in there.
I'm under attack.
Minor perk unlocked.
Step right up.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Worth.
This ends now.
Potions that take power.
I see you.
Duplicating wings.
Alright,
They have
get out of
superior
there.
numbers.
Can't see you there, mate.
Join me.
Join me.
The Iron Forest watches over you. Stand up straight.
I am fully focused.
Three on.
Taking care of you.
Three on. We could have got it.
Secure. Let's go.
Step right up.
Taking damage.
I slept the target. I appreciate your support.
Monkey.
Unlocked.
My ultimate is ready.
Ascending.
Nano boost is ready to deploy. Targeting hostile. No, I slept one.
Take him out.
You're powered up. Get in there. I go out on my terms.
Payload stalled. Need to get a move on.
I've got this.
Maybe monkey isn't working.
Duplicating wrecking ball.
Enemy
On the back, monkey. You should be jumping on the their healer. Yikes, bro.
爪の鍵爪を解き放て
We can't move until the payload moves. Eyes on target. I won't give in.
Okay. We push hard, we push hard, we push hard, we push hard. Monkey, dive their freaking healers, bro. Why are you looking at the tank? Oh my, no way. No way. Alright, GG's. Seven and 12 is tough, man. I've got enough for another game. I've got time for another game. Yeah.
Select a map.
This is just not hitting today. Alright.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Hatachi.
Oh, what's good, my man?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, what's up?
Rough go, last one, huh?
Leave a broken world behind.
Understood.
They always think they can beat me, and I always prove them wrong.
I can't wait to get out there. Can you wait to get out there? Because I can't.
Just another day in the office.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're able to say my name right. Many you always fuck it up.
You ever have a hot toddy? Like the,
Yeah, I've had one before.
sounds like that.
That's how I always try to say it to people, but
Defend objective A.
I'm dropping. I want to hold the choke.
Yeah, I got you.
Ooh, right on run action.
Oh shit, they do. Oh, fuck. How's that position?
Out there, Ryan, at least.
Nice. Oh, they got res.
He got res, fuck.
They're attacking the point.
Got Genji.
Can you
We
touch?
can recontest, maybe? Nah, I got
behind,
slept.
behind. There's a somebody behind you.
This ends now.
Somebody was sleeping. Run away.
I should have just kept blocking, my fault.
No, we're good.
Eyes on a target.
Oh, bastard. I probably should swap here because I'm getting dove.
I'm
I'm
contesting
gonna give you
card.
this nano. I'm gonna give you this nano. Perfect execution. Watch the res. I got dove again.
Got her. Can't get the Soja up top, though.
We got a labor. Play back a little bit. You can play this corner.
Oh, I wasn't paying
Clap them, clap them,
attention.
clap them, clap them.
Damn.
Oh, I got nanoed.
He got diffed by the team. Nice. Oh, we got res.
Shit.
The payload has reached. You'll have to try harder than that.
We need to stop that payload.
Helden sterben nicht.
I'm not around that corner. Oh shit.
I didn't expect him to have ult. My bad.
That was big. We're chilling, we're chilling.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji. Taking care of you.
I think if we just like stabilize here. I got nano for you. Yikes.
Might have been better to soldier. 'Cause I'm getting kited by all the DPS.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna just take some space, I guess. This Ryan's got a lot of space on us.
Tactical visor activated.
Big, 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 big.
This ends now.
Yeah, their dive was just too good. GG's.
GG.
That was annoying. I only won 2 freaking games? Oh my god. Overwatch, fix your fucking game. Why did it take 150 games to unlock rank? What level am I? It's a me. It's a me. It's a user error. I'm not eating this. Hate it. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh man, I don't have any of this downloaded, do I? Shit. All right, let's do some CAD. Let's do some CAD. Let's do Fusion 360. Can you close out of this, please? Oops. It should be game dev. Seems game dev. Okay, let's get our project files. Sean Diddy Combs. Things verse. Toy Gun. We want Raspberry Pi case. Four. Oh, come on. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Why is this for the 2/3? Ah, yes. Why is it going so slow today? I want one that has a spot. Is this what I looked at previously? I think this is the one I want. Looks like it's got that Jimmy John there. That's on the bottom. We'll download it. Okay, we'll save this to... This is the base. Yeah, I don't know how to do this.
Welcome to this beginner-friendly tutorial for Autodesk Fusion, or as it was previously called, Fusion 360. In this video, we will go step by step and model a base plate, a bracket, some threaded hex key fasteners, and with them we will create an assembly, as we can see here. Overall, this video will guide you through the user interface, sketch tools, 3D modeling tools, how to create 3D assemblies, and we'll also take a look at materials and customization. So, let's get started. When we open Fusion, straight away we are presented with the modeling environment. In the very center, we have the 3D environment. This is where we will be sketching, 3D modeling, and creating assemblies. It is the main focus of modeling in Fusion. At the bottom, we have a panel of display tools and viewing tools, such as pan, orbit, zoom, etc. And we'll be covering each one of these and their shortcuts later. On the left, we have the browser. This organizes all of our design elements, such as paths, document settings, and also the default axis and default planes. At the top are our tabs.
So you just got a 3D printer and want to start creating things to print, but you don't know any CAD or 3D programs. No worries, because in this video, I'll show you how to get started with Blender, a completely free and powerful program for 3D printing. Hey everyone, my name is Kevin, and Blender has been my go-to creative program for the past 4 years. I've primarily used it for 3D and animation, but I've recently been using it for 3D printing, and it's been great for that purpose as well. I made this video as a step-by-step guide for anyone completely new to Blender looking to create things specifically for 3D printing. To do that, I'll walk through a customizable text keychain that you can print. I'll start with a quick overview of the interface, then move on to navigating and moving around the scene, the keychain tutorial, and finally a recap along with specific Blender 3D printing tips and techniques not covered in the tutorial, but can help in various situations. You can also skip the tutorial and go straight to the recap and tips if you're somewhat familiar with Blender. I'll have timestamps below. Now, because Blender is shortcut heavy, I'll have key presses in the bottom right for reference. Let's get started. To download Blender, you can go to the official website blender.org and click download. As of this video, the latest version is Blender 4.2, which is what I'll be using here, but you can still follow along using most versions of it. I'll only be using core functions. Once installed, open it up and you'll be brought to this screen. So this main window is called the 3D viewport, which gives us a view of our scene and is where we'll do most of our work. In the top right, we have the outliner, which lists all the objects currently in the scene, such as the camera, a cube, and a light. Below that is the properties panel, which contains different settings for our scene, and I'll cover these as we encounter them. At the bottom, there's the timeline, which is used for animation. And at the top, we have different workspaces we can switch between, depending on what we want to focus on. Since this video is about designing for 3D printing, we'll keep it simple and stay in the layout workspace. We also don't need the light or camera, so let's delete them by selecting each one and pressing X. To navigate in the viewport, I recommend using a 3-button mouse and a numpad. Both will significantly improve your experience with Blender, but if you don't have them, no worries, as I'll cover alternatives as well. To rotate around the scene, hold down the middle mouse button and drag. To zoom in, use the scroll wheel or hold down Control middle mouse and drag up or down. And quick note, if you're using a Mac, anytime I say Control, it'll be Command. To pan, hold Shift middle mouse and drag. If you find your rotation isn't centered on the object, select the object and press numpad decimal to zoom in on it and reset the pivot point. Alternatively, you can go to Edit, Preferences, Navigation, and toggle Orbit Around Selection. This will center your rotation on the selected object, but I'll leave this off. If you don't have a 3-button mouse, you can go to the Input tab in Preferences and select Emulate 3-button mouse. This will make Alt left click act as a middle mouse. So Alt left click will rotate around the scene, Control Alt left click will zoom in and out, and Shift Alt left click will pan. I'll leave this toggled off as well. Additionally, you can access these functions using the buttons on the right side of the viewport. Click dragging on the gizmo will rotate, the magnifying glass will zoom, and the hand will pan. If you're new to working in 3D, it's important to know that objects are defined along 3 axes: X side to side, Y front to back, and Z up and down. You can access specific orthographic views by clicking the corresponding letter on the gizmo or using the numpad. The ones I commonly use are numpad 1 for front view, numpad 3 for side view, and numpad 7 for top view. Numpad 0 is for camera view, but since we deleted the camera, it won't work in this case. You can also hover over each letter to see the tooltip and find its shortcut. And in general, this works for every button in Blender. If you don't have a numpad, in Preferences, you can go to Input and toggle Emulate Numpad. This will make the numbers at the top of your keyboard act like a numpad.
What?
In Preferences, you can go to Input and toggle Emulate Numpad. This will make the numbers at the top of your keyboard act like a numpad. And when I primarily use Mac, this was helpful. I'll keep it toggled off. This cube here is called a mesh, and it's how we'll create objects. And the hand will pan. If you're new to working in and I commonly use are numpad 1 for front view, light, or camera, so let's delete them by selecting each one and pressing X.
No way.
It won't work in this case. You can also hover over light, the camera,
Hey, bruh.
light, or camera, so access no commonly use are numpad 1 for front view, numpad 3 for side view, and numpad 7 for top view. Numpad 0 is for camera view, but since we deleted the camera, it won't work in this case. You can also hover over each letter to see the tooltip and find its shortcut. And in general, this works for every button in Blender. If you don't have a numpad, in Preferences, you can go to Input and toggle Emulate Numpad. This will make the numbers at the top of your keyboard act like a numpad. And when I primarily use Mac, this was helpful. I'll keep it toggled off. This cube here is called a mesh, and it's how we'll create objects for print. To bring more meshes into the scene, you can hit Shift A, Mesh, and find a list of primitive shapes. You can also bring in other objects through this shortcut,
Monkey.
like text, lights, or cameras. To move an object, select it and press G to grab. You can lock movement to a specific axis by pressing G followed by X, Y, or Z. To rotate the cube, press R, and again, you can lock it to an axis by pressing R followed by X, Y, or Z. Finally, to scale the cube, press S or lock it to an axis with S followed by X, Y, or Z. Additionally, you can exclude a specific axis when transforming by holding Shift and the corresponding axis letter. For example, if you want to move the cube along only the X and Y axes, press G then Shift Z to exclude moving it in the Z. You can access the transform controls from the toolbar on the left. Before we start our keychain, we need to adjust a few settings in Blender. First, go to the Scene Properties tab, and under Units, make sure the unit system is set to metric, and change the unit scale to 0.0. Then set the length to millimeters, which are the units commonly used for 3D printing. This ensures that we're working at the correct scale for our print. Additionally, head over to the viewport overlay scale to 0.001. Then set the length to millimeters, which are the units commonly used for 3D printing. This ensures that we're working at the correct scale for our print. Additionally, head over to the Viewport Overlays tab, which is this button up here. Click the drop down and adjust the grid scale to 0.001. This makes the visual grid guide appropriately sized at the new scale. Now, to create our keychain, we'll add some text and create a backing with a hole for some sort of chain. First, let's delete the cube by selecting it and hitting X. Hit Shift A in the viewport and select Text Object. To change the text, we need to enter Edit Mode. Currently, we're in the default mode, which is Object Mode. Edit Mode allows us to edit specific parts of our scene objects, and in this case, modifying the text itself. Press Tab to enter it, Then change the text to whatever you want. I'll change mine to Missile, which is the name of my new puppy. When you're finished, press Tab to return to object mode. Now let's adjust the text. Go to the Object Data Properties tab. I want to change the font, so under Font, go to Regular and select this folder icon or Open Font. It should open to your System Fonts folder, but if not, navigate to where you keep them. I'm going to select Sego UI Black Italic. Under this section, you can also change alignment and spacing, but I'll leave those as is. Since this text object is not a mesh, we need to convert it into one to continue. Keep in mind, once converted, we can no longer edit the text. If you'd like a backup copy, duplicate it with Shift D and right-click to leave it where it's at. Then hit M to move it to a new collection named Extra. In the outliner, you'll see the duplicate text object under the Extra collection, which are essentially folders we can organize our objects into. However, we don't want this collection to appear in our export, so let's uncheck this box to exclude it from view. Clicking back on the original text object, right-click
Wait a second.
and convert to we can organize our objects extra. In the outliner, you'll see the duplicate text object under the Extra collection, which are essentially folders we can organize our objects into. However, we don't want this collection to appear in our export, so let's uncheck this box to exclude it from view. Clicking back on the original text object, right-click and convert to mesh. Now, I want to center this text object at the world origin, which is where the X and Y axes intersect. To do that, we're going to move the origin point of this converted text object to the center of it, and then move it to the world origin. So each object has this orange dot, which is its origin point, and this determines where transforms like scale and rotation are focused. To center it on the geometry, right-click and select Set Origin, Origin to Geometry. Now, to move it to the world origin, we'll use the 3D cursor, which is the red and white circle. The 3D cursor is useful for positioning objects, and we can move it by shift right-clicking anywhere in the viewport. Since I want to place it back at the world origin, hit Shift S to bring up the snap menu and select Cursor to World Origin. Then select your object, and now our object is centered at the world origin. Now I want to make this text.
That's not centered.
The snap menu and select Cursor to World Origin. Then select your object, press Shift S again and choose Selection to Cursor. And now our object is centered at
That ain't it, Chief.
the world to or shift right. Cursor is useful for positioning objects, and we can move it by shift right clicking anywhere in the viewport. Since I want to place it back at the world origin, hit Shift S to bring up the snap menu and select Cursor to World Origin. Then select your object, press Shift S again and choose Selection to Cursor. And now our object is centered at the world origin. Now I want to make this text large enough for our keychain.
Bro, it's not working.
Are focused. To center it on the geometry, right click and select Set Origin to Geometry. Now to move it to the world origin, we'll use the 3D cursor, which is the red and white circle. The 3D cursor is useful for positioning objects, and we can move it by shift right clicking anywhere in the viewport. Since I want to place it back at the world origin, hit Shift S to bring up the snap menu and select Cursor to World Origin. Then select your object. Don't want essentially folders we can organize our objects into. However, we don't want this collection to appear in our export, so let's uncheck this box to exclude it from view. Clicking back on the original text object, right-click and convert to mesh. Now, I want to center this text object at the world origin, which is where the X and Y axes intersect. To do that, we're going to move the origin point of this converted text object to the center of it, and then move it to the world origin. So each object has this orange dot, which is its origin point, and this determines where transforms like scale and rotation are focused. To center it on the geometry, right-click and select Set Origin to Geometry. Now, to move it to the world origin, we'll use the 3D cursor, which is the red and white circle. The 3D cursor is useful for positioning objects, and we can move it by shift right-clicking anywhere in the viewport. Since I want to place it back at the world origin, hit Shift S to bring up the snap menu and select Cursor to World Origin. Then select your object, press Shift S again, and choose Selection to Cursor. And now our object is centered at the world origin. Now I want to make this text large enough for our keychain. Let's expand the side menu with End, and in the Item tab under Dimensions, we can see it's about 2.8 millimeters in the X, which is
There we go.
very small. I want this to be about 95 millimeters, which translates to about 3.7 inches. Now, if you want to be exact with your measurements, you can input whatever units you're working with, and Blender will automatically convert it into millimeters. So to scale this, hit S and drag to where it's about 95 millimeters in the X. You can also click drag on the X and Y. Now, I want to make this text large enough for our keychain. Let's expand the side menu with End, and in the Item tab under
End. I don't have a freaking numpad. It's on 480 is auto. Brother. Expand the side menu with End. Okay, there it is.
Dimensions, we can see it's about 2.8 millimeters in the X, which is very small. I want this to be about 95 millimeters, which translates to about 3.7 inches. Now, if you want to be exact with your measurements, you can input whatever units you're working with, and Blender will automatically convert it into millimeters. So to scale this, hit S and drag to where it's about 95 millimeters in the X. You can also click drag on the X and Y boxes to make sure it scales in proportion. Now, this is completely flat and we don't have any thickness in the Z, so we'll need to extrude it. Tab into edit mode, hit A to select all, and E to extrude upwards until it's about
I wouldn't. You missed a couple. I missed a couple.
3.7 inches. Now, if you want to be exact with your measurements, you can input whatever units you're working with and Blender will automatically convert it into millimeters. So to scale this, hit S and drag to where it's about 95 millimeters in the X. You can also click drag on the X and Y boxes to make sure it scales in proportion. Now, this is completely flat and we don't have any thickness in the Z, so we'll need to extrude it. Tab into edit mode, hit A to select all, and E to extrude upwards until it's about 2 millimeters under median. For 3D printing, you'll want to make sure your thickness is at least 1 to 2 millimeters for strength. When you're done, tab back into object mode, and if you want to adjust the Z value, you can just edit it in dimensions. I'll set it to 2. With our transforms complete, done, tab back into object mode, and if you want to adjust the Z value, you can just edit it in dimensions. I'll set it to 2. With our transforms complete, we'll need to apply them onto our object, and that means locking in changes to an object's location, rotation, and scale. This ensures the correct size and orientation for 3D printing. To do that, hit Ctrl A to bring up the Apply menu and select All Transforms, and you'll see the scale values reset to 1. Now, I want to create the backing for the edit mode, hit A to select all, and E to extrude upwards until it's about 2 millimeters under median. For 3D printing, you'll want to make sure your thickness is at least 1 to 2 millimeters for strength. When you're done, tab back into object mode, and if you want to adjust the Z value, when you're done, tab back into object mode, and if you want to adjust the Z value, you can just edit it in dimensions. I'll set it to 2. With our transforms
How does this? That's fine.
Complete, we'll need to apply them onto our object. And that means locking in changes to an object's location, rotation,
Okay, you just moved.
to 2. With our transforms
Enter 2.
complete, we'll need to apply them onto our object. And that means locking in changes to an object's location, rotation, and scale. This ensures the correct size and orientation for 3D printing. To do that,
So this is clearly also not centered. 1 box, 2 box, 3 box. 1 box, 2 box, 3 box, 4 box, 5 box.
hit Ctrl A to bring up the Apply menu and select All Transforms, and you'll see the scale values reset to 1. Now, I want to create the backing for the text to sit on. Hit Shift A and bring in a mesh plane. Scale it to where it fits around your text. Again, you can scale with SX or SY as needed. For me, that'll be about 110 millimeters in the X and 26 millimeters in the Y. I'll move it along the X slightly to be centered with the text.
Bro!
Let's give this some thickness. We could extrude it like before, but another method is to use a modifier. Modifiers are tools that allow you to perform non-destructive edits to your objects. Before we do this, we need to apply transforms with Ctrl A so the modifiers appear accurately on the mesh.
Yamada! I want to move this. Alright, first of all, this shit just ain't centered. I don't know what I'm doing.
Once done, head over.
Alright, honestly.
Before we do this, we need to apply transforms with Ctrl A so the modifiers appear accurately on the mesh. Once done, head over to the Modifiers tab and add a Solidify modifier. This will allow us to add thickness and add a Solidify modifier. This will allow us to add thickness and control it. Set the thickness to 2 millimeters and you'll see it affect the mesh. Now, this thickness isn't part of the actual geometry yet, it's just a visual. To make it permanent, click this drop down and select Apply, or hover over it and press Ctrl A. Now I want to extrude only a small portion of this backing on the left to create a hole for a chain to pass through. With the object selected, tab into edit mode and hit Ctrl R around the sides to add a horizontal loop cut. Use the scroll wheel to adjust the number of cuts. I'll add 2 and then click twice to confirm. You can also adjust the number of cuts in the menu that appears once you confirm in the bottom left. So with that,
Homie, what?
to pass through. With the object selected, tab into edit mode and hit Ctrl R around the sides to add a horizontal loop cut. Use the scroll wheel to adjust the number of cuts.
Yo.
Tab into edit mode and hit Ctrl.
Oh no, no.
R around the sides to add a horizontal loop cut. Use the scroll wheel to adjust the number of cuts. I'll add 2 and then click twice to confirm. You can also adjust the number of cuts in the menu that appears once you confirm in the bottom left. So with that small portion created, let's extrude it. Now there are 3 ways we can select parts of a mesh, and that's through a vertex, which is a point, an edge, and a face. The selection controls are up here and they correspond to shortcut 1, 2, and 3 respectively. With face select, select the side face of that middle portion and in top view with numpad 7, extrude it with E to the left until you form a rough square shape. Now I want to bevel some of the edges so it's not so angular. Switch to edge select with 2 and while holding shift, select all the
What just happened? Brother? I'm not. Three.
sharp vertical edges of the backing. The sharp edge select with 2 and while holding shift, select all the sharp vertical edges of the backing. Then bevel with Ctrl B and adjust the number of segments with your middle mouse wheel. If you don't have one, you can just bevel as needed and then adjust the number of segments in the menu that appears in the bottom left after you confirm. And just to clarify, more segments will ensure a smoother print. When you're finished, tab back into object mode. Almost done. I want to create a hole in this extruded portion.
Homie.
Here's in the bottom view with numpad 7, extrude it with E to the left until you form a rough square shape. Now, I want to bevel some of the edges so it's not so angular. Switch to Edge Select with 2, and while holding Shift, select all the sharp vertical edges of the backing. Then bevel with Ctrl B and adjust the number of segments with your middle mouse wheel. If you don't have one, you can just bevel as needed and then adjust the number of segments in the menu that appears in the bottom left after you confirm. And just to clarify, more segments will ensure a smoother print. When you're finished, tab back into object mode. Segments will ensure a smoother print. When you're finished, tab back into object mode. In the needed and then a mouse wheel. Bevel with Ctrl B and adjust the number of segments with your middle mouse wheel. If you don't have one, you can just bevel as needed and then adjust the number of segments in the menu that appears in the bottom left after you confirm. And just to clarify, more segments will ensure a smoother print. When you're finished, tab back into object mode. Almost done. I want to create a hole in this extruded portion. In top view, bring in a mesh cylinder. Set the dimensions to 5 to 6 millimeters all around.
Penis!
In this extruded portion. In top view, bring in a mesh cylinder. Set the dimensions to 5 to 6 millimeters all around, or however big your...
How do I tell what mode I'm in? Object mode, edit mode, there we go. Okay. Shift A. No. That was Control A. No.
Almost done. I want to create a hole in this extruded portion. In top view, bring in a mesh cylinder. Set the... In top view, bring in a mesh cylinder. Set the dimensions to 5 to 6 millimeters all around, or however big your chain is. Then position it over the extruded portion. To create the hole, we'll use another modifier. Select the backing mesh and add a Boolean modifier. This modifier is super helpful.
Of course, yeah, let's just add a Boolean.
Helpful in 3D printing because it allows you to combine and subtract geometry. Here, we'll want to use difference. Under Object, select the cylinder, or by using the eyedropper tool on it, and then apply the modifier. Now, it doesn't look like it did anything, but if we delete the cylinder, you'll see a hole has formed. And now our keychain is complete. Before we export, let's dropper tool on it, and then apply the modifier. Now, it doesn't look like it did anything, but if we delete the cylinder, you'll see a hole has formed. And now our keychain is complete. Before we export, let's do a few checks. 1. Make sure we don't have any floating regions. Just check.
I'm gonna kill ya!
This modifier is super helpful. in 3D printing because it allows you to combine and subtract geometry. Here, we'll want to use difference. Under Object, select the cylinder or by using the eyedropper tool on it, and then apply the modifier. Now, it doesn't look like it did anything, but if we delete the cylinder, you'll see a hole has formed. And now our keychain is complete. Before we export, let's do a few checks. 1. Make sure we don't have any floating region. Want to use difference. Under Object, select the cylinder or by using the eyedropper tool on it, and then apply the modifier. By using the eyedropper tool on it, and then apply the modifier. Now, it doesn't look like it did anything, but if we delete the cylinder, you'll see a hole has formed. And now our keychain is complete. Bring in a mesh cylinder. Set the dimensions to 5 to 6 millimeters all around, or however big your chain is. Then position it over the extruded portion. To create the hole, we'll use another modifier. Select the backing mesh and add a Boolean modifier. This modifier.
Select the backing mesh? Well,
select the backing mesh and add a Boolean modifier.
Plain. First of all, we want to add cylinder mesh. Make it 6. And then I forget.
This modifier is super helpful in 3D printing because it allows you to combine and subtract geometry. Here, we'll want to use difference. Under Object, select the cylinder or by using the eyedropper tool on it, and then apply the modifier. Now, it doesn't look like it did anything, but if we delete the cylinder, you'll see a hole has formed. And now our keychain is complete. Before we export, let's do a few.
It added it! Testing my patience. Stacy, Aliza, no. Alright, so this is just straight up not doing what it's supposed to do. That's crazy. What am I doing? Oh, I'm gonna make this. Oh boy, running around. Yeah. Hey, you fucker! Sorry, I cursed. Hey, this guy's not being nice. Oh my god. No! You bitch. I didn't pick that up, bro. Hopefully that's enough. I actually do need a water bucket. Uh-uh. Rona. Sarah Williams with the follow. What up, baby? Nope, I cannot reply to you in chat. No. I can't. No, no, no. Come on. So scary. Do I have enough cobblestone? Probably. Grab this shit. Come on, dude. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna build this now. And I probably should get a water bucket. Okay. I think it's 22. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why don't I just put this in the middle here? Fuck. Three, 5, 7, 8, 9. I think it's this. This. Put the. Fuck, I don't have any. Dang it. That's scary. Hey, bro. You're not supposed to be. God damn it. Haha. Oh. Hmm. Yo, relax, please. I need 12 string. Make her under button. Ah. Close that shit up. would like for it to be light out, please. Yo, what the fuck? You're not supposed to hit me! God damn it. You should die. Aren't you dying yet? Get busy living or get busy dying? You're not coming for me, right? That's right, Carly. Bitch, I'm better than you. Oh no, the water. This is not... Oh god. I'm gonna chop some trees. No. Damn it. One extra. Well, I'll do it this way actually. Damn it. Annoying. No. Haste makes waste. I probably should double check this because it's gonna be real annoying if. There we go. That's perfect. That's perfect, baby. Ursha, baby. Come on, it's already nighttime. Haste makes waste. You motherfucker. How did I... Ugh. Well, I need more of this. Okay, I'm gonna go get this shit too. No, it just... Away from me. I wonder if I turn down my... Nah, they're still out there. Does it mean they're just really close? I got a piece of bread. What's on the ground over there? Hey? Almost daytime. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. You mother. Bro, what the? Hey. Oh, I do have a... Quick Google. Okay, I think I can do it. Um... And I'm pretty sure this way I don't need to take this. I did. Do I have any more wood? Quickly, quickly, quickly. What the fuck? I used that? God damn it. I'm hoping that's enough. We're close. No, what? You're joshing me. You are absolutely joshing me. One, two, three, four, five, 7. Alright, so this one's 1, 2 long. This one's 1, 2 short. Not a big deal. I'm gonna call it for the day. A lot more to do, a lot more to do. Okay. That's it for me.